Hello, friends. Welcome to Talking with Famous People. I'm host Eric. I'm your host Eric. I can see the following. I'm not really feeling it this morning. No doubt that has more than zero to do with the fact that didn't really get enough sleep last night. Hi, Lucifer. Hi, Boba. Good morning, Winston's mom. Dreamsy Smokes. Hi, friend. Here I am popping up asking the important questions as usual. Are these the beginning times? Are these the beginning times? A question that doesn't get asked that often, right? You hear lots of people talking about the end times. But what about the beginning times? You don't hear those discussed so often. So I'm going with beginning times. I read an interesting article just now on Tom Lear. Tom Lear, if you're not familiar with him, I'm about half bottle in, so who knows? Fair enough. I guess it's the middle times for you then. If you're half bottle in. It's strange. In some sense, I'm almost jealous of you. He's half a bottle in, he says. You know, he shares your enthusiasm for that Boba Fett. I made Ruben and Rachel gin and tonics the other day. You know, it's at 3 p.m. yesterday, huh? Is it a day off or something? So anyway, hopefully this topic is a little less depressing than yesterday's topic. I thought it was an interesting topic when I went to discuss it yesterday. It turned out being quite a bit depressing. Well, ADD, the problem it turns out is that you're sitting in a swimming pool. So that's why you keep getting so wet. Nobody will even be able to notice, not even you, because you're sitting in water. I am indeed that good looking. Some people say I'm a combination of Brooke Shields, Helen of Troy, and both of the Baldwins, maybe all three. The beginning times. It's the opposite of the end times, Puttycat. Now that's not clear what it's the beginning of. Alright? But it's the beginning of something big, whatever it is. Something important. Now introducing her to me. Hey sir. Hey. Every end is a new beginning. Except for the very end. Okay, well, that's artisan, that's fine. Yeah, I'm beginning the dump leaving process, I guess. But see, the thing is, I had a nice big dump yesterday afternoon or evening. So I'm not as dumpy as I normally am in the morning. I'll get rid of that person. Whatever. I'm just being crass. I'm married, ADD, okay? That's artisan's also being crass. I know, I thought it was funny. He died at my age, 53. Okay, Mr. Healthy Pants. So concerned about McDonald's and you go and die of cancer, right? So concerned about being all healthy. Fuck you. Fucktard. Oh, it's so important to live healthy so you don't die young. Says that fucker. Good fucking riddance of that scumbag. That fucking nanny. Who's calling who and maybe black and blue? Why do they do what they do? Well, I'm talking about the guy who made the movie Supersize. Like all sane people, I understand that people need to make their own choices about what to eat and stuff, right? And that I understand, of course, because I'm not completely fucking moronic, that McDonald's is no less healthy than anything else. Good riddance, right? Good riddance, he died. Yeah, I know 53 is not old, right? But he died why? Because God didn't approve of his nanny state bullshit. Yeah. Of course, the thing is, food has almost nothing to do with whether or not you're fat, right? It's all genetics and exercise. I mean, I cannot watch that shit for even a second. But the idea that obesity is somehow to be laid at the feet of diet is ridiculous, completely insane and stupid. No, they didn't actually ban sugary drinks. They had some. I think it's been rescinded now, but they for some period of time had a law limiting the size of such drinks. I should start playing piano soon. Uh, I do play a little piano. Well, California's not as crazy as everybody seems to think it is. Not as crazy as Florida or New York. All you do is smoke weed and eat up everything? I mean, that's not true. I don't eat a particularly large amount of things. I do smoke a lot of weed, but it's like Furry Ball says, hey, 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 smoke weed every day. Newsom is crazy. I mean, I think Newsom's the worst governor we've maybe ever had that I can recall. He's horrible. You get when you get a Bay Area governor. Fuck the Bay Area, man. I gotta look deeper into the AI stuff. Um, Bitches be dirty, says Free Balls. Brent J, I don't. Just, will you not be so crass, please? The one I watched the other day? I haven't been watching a lot of AI stuff. I've been playing around with this AI song maker thing. Oh yeah, the songs, yeah. Um, right. Now I know it's just the tip of the iceberg. I unfortunately by I was showing Ruben some of those things and Rachel too. I was being like, see, this is the new thing on YouTube is stuff that people are pretending is vintage but really isn't. There's a whole shit ton of it. Anyway, after I showed Ruben and Rachel a couple of them, now all of a sudden my feed is filled with that shit. Okay, you're being too gross, furry balls. That's too gross. I'm putting you on timeout. Studio Ghibli has placed a bounty on your head. No, Clyde Frog. I don't need any bootleg DVDs. That is a funny notion. I mean, once I like got the gist of it, like, okay, this is the new thing on YouTube. It immediately bored me. It's like it's only conceivably interesting if oh no, don't be sorry. It was interesting. It's interesting to note, right? But I'm saying is any individual instance of that is only conceivably interesting if it's authentic or brand new. So the first time you encounter something like that, it's interesting. If it's authentic, it's interesting. Beyond that, it's just like, okay, well, I don't know. I was wondering about. I didn't block you. I just timed you out, fucktard. I am not from. I don't know about it. Pretty good. I haven't heard about it. I don't like to keep up with politics. Stop keeping me up with politics, please. It's depressing. I just read a really interesting article about Tom Lear, who at 96 is still alive. And lives in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Obviously an ENTP, maybe an INTP, I guess, but I'd say more an ENTP. That Ken Hank Chinese thing is worth investing in. I don't know what that is. Hey, I've got an idea. A tablespoon of virgin olive oil when you get up helps out a lot. I don't know what you think about that comment. I just tuned in. That's politics, Putty Cat. It's public policy. You cannot claim that any public policy matter is not politics. You will be out of it in no time, Eric. I will be out of what? Yeah, exactly. I that quote was fantastic. All right, Jamal, get off of Matt Lowe's lawn, please. I think it's important to remember that neither Biden nor Trump is anywhere close to as bad. Anywhere close to as bad as George W. Bush. It was the absolute worst. On my income tax 1040, it says check this box if you are blind. I wanted to put a check mark about 3 inches away. I heard John Kennedy had a real big drug problem. No thanks, Crowley. Yeah, everybody's getting prescribed speed these days. It's just such a useful drug, you know? I'm not really sure what I'm doing today. I'm, I guess, currently kind of waiting for the drugs to kick in. Yeah, well, Dreamsy smokes reviews. I'm just not that into playing games, you know? I think what it boils down to is it's a little difficult No, I haven't cleaned it yet, and that's the first thing I gotta do. If I popped out of the bushes, you'd think I was a lion. You're silly. Uh, Slow and boring. I just don't like games that much. You know, it's like most of the time, if I spend much time playing a game, video game of some kind, I feel like I've wasted my time. Sometimes when I'm doing this, I feel like I've wasted my time as well. But hi, Alexander Myers. How's it going? All right, this is gonna make me want to smoke cigarettes. Dreams he smokes reviews. That's what that's gonna do. We just found out Grandpa is addicted to Viagra. Nobody's taking it harder than Grandma. Hi, Rascal Flatbed. Good morning. Yeah, unfortunately, since I quit smoking cigarettes, you're deep in the Lebowski stuff, lad. You made me envious. I don't consider myself remotely Lebowski esque. Not remotely. I mean, think about what that guy's core message was: abide. In what way, shape, or form is that remotely like me? I don't believe in abiding shit, you know? That's a silly joke. I wish you the best of luck in all future endeavors too, Dreams He Smokes Reviews. I absolutely do. What's the topic today? We don't have a topic per se. What we have is instead uh, a waiting around for me to get into a flow of things here. I bought I bought shoes from a drug dealer once. I don't know what he laced them with, but I was tripping all day. We have a beginning. Right now, these are the beginning times of this stream. They're the beginning times of the day. They could be the beginning times of all of history. Well, Slug, so far you insulted two people in your first two statements, both Dream Do Smoke Reviews and then me. I'm going to time you out. We'll see if you're still here after the timeout. That'll be interesting to see. That'll make you more interesting. No, I'm not going to play that. Just let me settle in, New York's Finland, okay? I'm as I said at the beginning of this stream, and I'll repeat now. I'm not exactly feeling it this morning. I'm not feeling much of anything this morning. I don't feel like I slept very well last night. I guess I kind of need to take my gabapentin. Um, I need to take my gabapentin before bed, or else I don't seem to sleep very well when I'm on Adderall. Good morning, Unicorn Ninja. But right now I'm melting. That Adderall in my mouth. Ugh. You just gotta wait for it to kick in a little bit, alright? Not sleeping sucks ass. No, sleep is not overrated. Sleep is absolutely critical to everybody's well being, but especially mine. I need to get enough sleep or else I turn into a fussy princess, okay? What he says, Hail Satan, brother. Good morning. Have you drank your ghost blood today yet? No. I have not drank any goat's blood today. And I'm not going to. I don't even have any goat's blood. You know what else I don't have? Goats. So where am I gonna get goat's blood from? The goat blood store? I think about those successful people who only sleep 4 hours a night. No, I don't drink alcohol. I think about those people. Thank God I'm not them, you know? I'm not they. I'm fine with eating blood that's in beef or whatever. I'm not sitting on the toilet. But I think I will get up and clean the cat toilet pretty soon. My next order of business is going to be gross. What is your diet, or do you have one? My diet includes all of the things that I eat. I live on a small farm. We can work out a price on any animal parts you'd like. Well, I don't actually want any goat's blood, I'll be honest. Gelatinous Ricardo 2.0. I don't have any interpretation on Trump Biden debates. I've not seen them at all. The whole thing is just too depressing. Well, it's just all too depressing. That's why I don't like to. I don't pay attention to politics because it's just all too depressing. It just makes. I feel like if I pay any attention to politics, I will end up making my own face go away from the massive amount of face palming that would be required. I would face palm so much that my face would be chapped away to nothing. No, I don't drink alcohol. Rascal Flatbed says, I just cracked my first day beer. And Gelatinous Ricardo 2.0 says, who else is enjoying some day drinking on their day off? Well, we've got you, Gelatinous Ricardo. We've got Rascal Flatbed. We've also got Dreamsy Smokes, who's also consuming alcohol. So, you know, good for you all. I mean, I'm not sure if it is, but, that's your business, not mine. Am I a liberal or a right winger? You can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. Good point, Putty Cat. Excellent point. I don't want an energy drink. I just have this iced tea. Brisk. It's brisk. Iced tea's got caffeine in it, though. So it does have a little bit of energy quality to it. Right. For Dreams He Smokes, however, he works the night shift, so it's a little bit different for him. I'm not either of those things. Boba Fett, I've answered the question already many times. I'm a correctist. I'm correct about every specific thing. Instead of being a team person. Dreams He Smokes Review says I'm drunk as a skunk, so pardon me. That's fine. You got nothing to be pardoned for, Dreams He Smokes Reviews. We had 2 tornadoes here last night in Nebraska. The sirens are loud AF. Yes, I answered it many times. I'm neither of those things. I answered this question many, many times. I'm not a liberal or conservative. I am a correctist. I watch Reed Timmer. I don't know what Reed Timmer is. Is it a person? And that does seem to be the implication. I've heard plenty of people say drunk as a skunk before. I never really thought about how slanderous it might be to skunks. Do they really get drunk that often? Nobody knows. I worked the night shift for 6 months and it turned me into a zombie. I'm pretty sure that's voodoo that turns you into a zombie. I don't have ideas. I have positions. I might have some ideas, but even those are positions. Boozing and crushing. Crushing and boozing. What you gonna do when you're rushing us losing? You're a wiener head, bro. I appreciate that, Cart God 814. I appreciate that insult. I'm gonna cop that, I think. I think I need to incorporate wiener head into my into my lexicon. What's the difference between ideas and positions? Ideas are untested things. Positions are things that you articulate, that you affirm or negate, you know? either correctly or incorrectly according to what's correct. Is that a nice way of saying Richard Head? Wiener Head? I don't think wiener is a synonym for Richard. I think it's a synonym for hot dog, which is a euphemism for penis, which is another word for dick. You missed a number of steps there, Pretty Cat. Don't mistake me for a smart man. Says Boba Fett. Don't mistake Eric for a smart man. Okay. I won't. I won't mistake Eric for a smart man. I will instead not concern myself with whether he's smart, but hear him and understand that he is correct. Well, Shane, I'm Christian, so yes. For example, as Putty Cat indicates, Eric has a correct position that capital gains taxes are punitive and nonsensical. Correct. I do have a correct position about that, and you also have a correct position about my position about that. So together, we are correcting. I'm not so smart in regards to HVAC. True. You make a good point. Yeah, they're all kicking in. You can tell, huh? Yeah, it takes a little while, right? Especially when you don't feel like you slept that well. Bill Gates owns all the potato farms in America and is sole supplier of potatoes to McDonald's. Is that true? Yeah, I'm a Christian. And I have read plenty of parts of the Bible, but I don't read the Bible or believe in it, no. Because obviously, uh, yeah, right, exactly. I think with his mom, he thought putting a comma in there was sufficient to give it subtlety, right? I probably should have just hidden him for his overt anti-Semitism, but whatever. The point is, look, if you want to talk about parts of the Bible that I'm going to maybe believe in, it's the parts where they quote Jesus, okay? The other stuff is just some guy's opinion about stuff. It has nothing to do with God. Most of the Bible has absolutely nothing to do with anything that one can even call religion. It's a bunch of really strange stories. Or you don't want to do that. Trinity Smokes reviews. Those two don't go well together. Alcohol and alcohol is what made me quit drinking alcohol. In part, Adderall and alcohol are a bad combination. Hi, hello, my friend, have you? Have I what? Rossley, hello. Rossley, hello to you too. I mean, different people have different experiences, obviously, but you stopped drinking 20 years ago. New York to Finland has He stopped drinking 20 years ago. I stopped drinking 10 years ago. So, well, I think the problem with taking speed and booze together is that normally you drink a certain amount, you pass out. You know, you get tired, you pass out. If you have Adderall, that doesn't happen. Yo, I just got here, says Anime Galactic. Yes, you did. Welcome. Good to see you. I Adderall is sure you could call it meth for speed, meth for children. But you know, it's for adults too. The thing is, well, Jersey Smokes Reviews. My friend Matt, he uh, he also is dedicated himself just to alcohol. And um I'm not one to judge, but I would note that he seems kind of sad about it, which makes me sad about it. Right. Yeah. Booze is cunning, baffling, powerful. They say in Alcoholics Anonymous. It's the perfect drug in some ways, and the worst drug in other ways. You remind me of his grandfather too. That's funny, William. Anime Galactic says, "You remind me of my grandfather. He was a great man." And then William says that I remind him of your grandfather too. Thanks, Tank. All right, let's do it. Let's do one chore. I'm still not exactly feeling it today, but at least I'm less not feeling it than I was earlier. But you know, it's like as you get older, you just have fewer body resources to direct toward partying. But when you're young, ugh, horrible, 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 horrible. Horrible, horrible cat box. Having horrible times. cat box. All right. So horrible. No. I like the smell of this green apple dish soap. It smells like, of course, green apples. It smells like green apple Jolly Ranchers. Can't you just eat your food without me watching you? Why isn't Rachel doing chores too? She's asleep. Of course. Yes, it's true that I do more chores than Rachel does. But it's also true that I do more Adderall than Rachel does. You know? And I just do what I feel like doing. That's all I'm doing. If I didn't feel like doing chores, I wouldn't be doing them. You know? If Rachel doesn't feel like doing chores, I don't want her to do them. I mean, you gotta think about it like this, too. People who talk about that sort of thing at all have, clearly have an absolute value of fairness. I don't have an absolute value of fairness. It's instrumental to me. So what I think is like this. We don't have a lot of responsibility in total. If I were working all day or something and Rachel were staying home, I'd expect her to accomplish certain things, right? Because otherwise it would be like, okay, I need to meow when I get home. And I don't want to meow, and now I have to meow because you didn't do it. So that would be a different matter, right? But we don't have that kind of circumstance. We don't have very many responsibilities, and doing chores and stuff is a pleasant activity that just makes everything better in life. It makes the live streams better when you have a clean house than a messy house, right? Life's better when you do chores, if you feel like it. This is from Coffee Creamer. Unfortunately, we're out of powdered coffee creamer. Normally, I keep the powdered coffee creamer there on that table next to the percolator, which is where the coffee comes out of, and I make my cups of coffee there. So I stir, and then sometimes I overfill it with coffee creamer. I'm a big fan of powdered coffee creamer. You would not believe the amount of powdered coffee creamer we go through. And Rachel started drinking her coffee black. So it's like all me drinking that much powdered coffee creamer. Last time we went, I bought 4 of the big jugs of it, and I've already burned through all 4 of them. That's how much powdered coffee creamer I use. Yeah, I do. I do feel um you feel like chores sometimes. I don't like it. It doesn't taste right. Powdered coffee creamer is the best coffee creaming solution. What collapse? Economic collapse, you think? Is there going to be an economic collapse or something? What's that going to look like exactly? I don't know what Huron was talking about either. Syrupy coffee. Well, I do think I will start preparing for how does The Rock pee? Dwayne says Johnson. I don't think everything's doing fine economically, but I think I'm doing fine economically. Rachel's asleep. She's in bed upstairs. She probably will be for hours because she usually sleeps till noon or 1. So I don't know about these nicotine vapes. Um, it seems like I keep wondering about it. Like it seems as though, first of all, that this stuff makes me cough definitely more than cigarettes do. Obviously, I hit it a lot less, but yeah, I mean, inflation's a big problem, but we've already incurred the majority of the inflationary crunch from COVID. So, do you know Barry McCockiner? I do now. I do now. I appreciate you introducing me to Barry McCockiner, Nicholas Watson. I truly do. That's it. I had not been introduced to Barry McCockiner until just now, so I appreciate the introduction. No, I'm not going vegan, okay? But I do want to eat more salad. So yeah, I'm turning into my parents or something. I don't know about that one. Booty cat. It's not my favorite of your jokes. But that's fine. You can't all be my favorite. It is true that everyone's money is becoming worth much less as in terms of actual buying power. and that everything's expensive. But let's not stress out and worry right now. That doesn't sound very fun. Hey everybody, let's stress out and worry. Well, there was one you put earlier that I liked quite a bit, but I don't remember it. I don't remember if this was one of your jokes, but one of the jokes I was especially fond of that somebody put was the um, joke, what's worse than two girls running with scissors? Two girls scissoring with the rounds. I thought that was pretty funny, or pretty clever anyway. But I don't. Do I go places? Oh, yeah, we go places plenty of times. It's just harder to stream when we're out and about because we live here in a fairly remote spot where we don't necessarily have bars. So or even if the Dwayne Johnson joke was pretty good. You've put a lot of jokes up that I've liked, but I don't necessarily remember them particularly well. The emperor doesn't hurry, but the eunuchs do. Good to know. I was wondering who hurries more, the emperor or the eunuchs? Librato Moreno. What are we talking about? Right now, I'm just reading the chat and responding to it. 10 charming Chinese idioms and proverbs. Oh, I don't. The wheat. There's not really any wheat inflation. If anything, I would say there's weed deflation. Um, but it's about staying steady in terms of weed costs. We don't buy most of our weed at the store. So, how was my day going? I just got up not that long ago and I'm starting to do a couple of little chores around the house. I will continue to do some chores here in a moment. Um, I'll probably empty the dishwasher, put the new dishes in the dishwasher. But I think actually before that, I may do the following. I may that one is one of your favorites. It's pretty good. It made me laugh. I remember it from before. Now you put it here. Um, my wife gave me a hand job the other day using Vaseline. I came 3 times trying to wash that shit off. It's kind of a silly joke. Shrinkflation, though? What do you mean shrinkflation? Never even heard of shrinkflation. All right, so I need to eat some breakfast. I think that's what needs to occur here. If the day is going to get off to a proper start, if we're going to accomplish anything, you know? Higher prices for smaller portions, that's what that means. I've got a couple of options here for breakfast. Rachel did something yesterday, and I was very impressed with it. So I copied her yesterday. I could copy her again. Namely, she took 2 baked potatoes and put them in the microwave. And 2 potatoes and put them in the microwave and made baked potatoes for herself. And then I copied her, and it was good. I could make baked potatoes again for myself. Not a normal breakfast, but it would be a fine enough breakfast. Shrinkflation is when the price stays the same, but the product shrinks. I see. How long in the microwave do you think for these two potatoes? I'm going to try it at 10 minutes, 30 seconds. Meow. What are you meowing about, Meowy Pants? Can you please not be on this counter over here? Thank you. Alright, now with these two potatoes, I'm going to poke some yaz in them to let the steam escape. Alright. Time cook 10 minutes. I'm going to time cook 11 minutes. There. Because here's my story about potatoes in the microwave. I don't want you to become too alarmed. It can be pretty scary. No, I did not cut my potato before putting it in the microwave, but I did. Well, I put a slit in it. Put slits in it. I didn't cut it into pieces. Here's the deal. Yesterday, I took two smaller sized potatoes, and I was like, I wonder how long. Yeah, Kitty probably doesn't like the fact that we changed their food recently. We had this bag of other kind of food that we used to get that I said, let's use that one before we before we open the new bag of items. I don't think they like it that much. Oh, you mean cut slits into it? Yes, I did cut slits into it, but this is because I'm learning as I go here. The first time I did it yesterday, I put in two smallish potatoes for 15 minutes and didn't cut slits into them. I was surprised by the strange sounds coming from the microwave. I went over there, I was like, I can still hear it making a little bit of those sounds. But if you don't cut slits in it, it'll make alarming sounds. So the first ones I put in for 15 minutes, it turned out that they were too overdone. When I went to get them after they were done, they were just like little rocks with like potato skin scrotum all scrunchled around them, you know. So then I got two bigger potatoes, put them in for 10 minutes, and that was about right. This is Tank, I have no such tips. I don't receive any Social Security. Yes, I have tried that mock vegan meat. My first wife was vegan or vegetarian, I guess. She wasn't vegan, she was vegetarian. And she We used to get those Morningstar Farms patties and stuff. They're pretty good. They're not bad. The fake sausage, fake breakfast sausage was, I think, the best. How can you get advice from me? What kind of advice? I need some advice for doing Uber Eats? I don't know. I've never done Uber Eats, and I've also I also live someplace where we can't even get Uber Eats or DoorDash or any of those things. You're making enough for gas and weed. You steal your dinner. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. Mavis says vegan farts don't stink. And Nicholas Watson says, yes, they do. They just smell like methane instead of sulfur. How about advice on how to have effective poops? That's horrible, Tank. That's horrible. Yeah, you'd do better off with a traditional job. Well, I guess you won't be doing Uber Eats anymore then, Tank. No, Nicholas Watson. The reason I can't get Uber Eats has absolutely nothing to do with progressive California, okay? It has to do with the fact that I live very much in the boondocks. There is, I'm actually staring at the TV screen. I'm staring at you, David Bunch of Numbers. So I hope you feel seen and heard. Because I'm staring right there at you. See? What's my advice on the poop topic? Well, my advice to myself is it's like get up, move around more, walk around when you feel like it's I mean, we when we got here, we tried to like install we tried to do it or look it up or whatever, and he said no, they just don't have it available here at all. Because I mean, but we live 30 minutes from any town, and it's a small town that we live 30 minutes from. We live out in the forest, so obviously it doesn't make any sense for anybody to drive Uber Eats out here. It would take them 30 minutes just to get here from Mariposa, which only has one fast food restaurant in it, which is Subway. It would take 45 minutes to get here from Oakhurst. Oakhurst has several fast food restaurants. It's got Taco Bell, it's got McDonald's, it's got Jack in the Box. I think that's basically it. Yeah, that's what it's got. Taco Bell, McDonald's, and Jack in the Box. Tank's willing to deliver me some Uber Eats, but he might eat some of my fries. That's fair, Tank. If you gotta drive all the way out here, I'd expect you to. I have to go to Merced for In-N-Out. That's an hour. So, And we don't even have a Thai restaurant in town either. I'd have to go to Merced to get Thai food as well, I think. Or Fresno. No, I never did, thank you. An ambulance would take a long time to get here, sure. It would also take the cops a long time to get here. So that's why perhaps everybody back where I live is armed. I don't know. It seems like everybody is. You hear people shooting guns out in the woods periodically. And it makes me feel safer, not less safe, you know? Well, you're what they call germ/roofie phobic. I'm afraid of germs, I'm afraid of roofies. I don't want to rake up with a sore butthole. Oh, kiddiness. How did you get so special? How? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. What a special lady. What an important friend. Who wants to go to Fresno? Right. Fresno's an hour and a half away. That's the closest big city. Or it's not even a big city, it's just, you know, it's a city rather than just a town. Yes, she is a pretty kitty, isn't she? She's a special lady whose importance astonishes everybody all the time, forever, without stopping. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Do you know what Daddy does, Capio? Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. And Daddy pets. And Daddy admires. And Daddy emulates. No, Fresno's not as bad as San Francisco. But unlike San Francisco, which might have like at least some things that in theory you could want to go see, like the Golden Gate Bridge or that super windy street. There's nothing in Fresno. There's nothing in Fresno that anybody would ever want to see. There's nothing. There's no reason why anyone would ever want to visit Fresno. Like, you can pretty much guarantee that nobody vacations in Fresno. Maybe if they have family there, they go visit them or something. But nobody says, hey, honey, let's take our vacation to Fresno. You know, I think 11 minutes is fine. I think 11 minutes is good for these two potatoes. I was concerned I might have overcooked them a little bit at first, but I've changed my opinion. I think this is fine. In 1998, San Francisco was awesome. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, I'm surprised if it was awesome that late exactly, but okay. It's still pre 2001. I'm pretty sure it was awesome back when I was a kid, and I was in the Pasadena Boys Choir. We had choir camp up in the Bay Area, and we take this bus, like the choir would charter a bus, and we'd travel into San Francisco and go to Chinatown, and the kids would be let run around on their own. We'd meet back here at meow time. It was safe enough to do that with little kids with. It was cool back then. But I haven't been into San Francisco recently. I've been to Oakland plenty of times, and Oakland is a nightmare. Sorry, kitty, sorry. I didn't mean to step on the tip of your tail. Poor kitty, I stepped on the tip of her tail. I didn't know that she was sitting right there. She seems okay. It was just the very tip of it, at least. I didn't step full onto the bulk of her tail. Oh, it makes me so sad. I'm sorry, Pepito. I'm sorry, sweetie. You okay? You seem fine. I didn't mean to step on your tail. Put some sour cream on this potato. And it's going to get some salty bunions, which is just salt. Oh, sorry. Oh my God. Kitty, can you please not be underfoot constantly? I don't want to step on you or kick you. Difficult kitty. Hurting my heart. I obviously don't like to step on or kick the kitty. Okay. So the thing about potatoes is, at the end of the day, you really need to take off the peel. You can't really eat the peel. Oh, it's good for you. You should eat the peel. No, not so much though, is what I say about that. However, it's also the case that no one wants to peel a potato before they cook it. Like, who's going to go to all of that hassle? That's crazy sauce. Okay, I guess it's probably fine. Let's go. Now that we've got potato to eat, let's go. Day after day, potato to eat. Anthony is a big boy now. I'm so happy for you, Anthony. I was able to walk around on my own safely at 13 to 14. Yeah, back in the day. But Mmm. Yeah. Well, Anthony is. I'm pretty sure I was not your middle school debate teacher. That you live in Colorado? Oops. I guess Rachel must get water out of here. Because I certainly don't ever put that on water. Uh-oh. I do watch some basketball. I just got a new linen suit for a wedding for $139. Amazon is amazing. Fits perfectly. Anthony is, I've lived all over the world. Aren't you the guy who emailed me a picture of yourself yesterday? Did you live in California? It's conceivable that I was, but haven't you been around here for quite a while now? Wouldn't you have mentioned that prior to now? If that were the case? Potato. Meaning baked potato. Well, I think it was a failure in the balance of priorities to adequately prioritize law and order. You know, I think, but because San Francisco was declining before COVID. I mean, it's hard to deny that a laissez-faire attitude toward actual crime, a failure to distinguish between things that were illegal but not actually crimes. At the local level, financially backed by foreign countries, probably not. But maybe for big cities, it's conceivable. Certainly not here in Mariposa. Well, I mean, whether or not the person was a drug addict is irrelevant. Your nephew was threatened by some criminal, right? These potatoes seem to have too high of a ratio of skin to potato part. It's like, I have potato skin. Nobody wants to eat you. Oh, the skin's really healthier. I don't want to eat you, skin. I don't care if you're healthy. Potatoes? Ah. Why didn't somebody invent some skinless potatoes already? Actual Apple, you said the same thing last time you were here. Well, you mean if he's threatening a child, then that comprises criminal activity regardless. Oh, okay. Well, then that's fine. No, but I would say the correlation between potato skin and not want to eat is 1. I know I was trying to scoop it out, but it was being stubborn. Hmm. It's like peeling potatoes. I don't like this jam. You're having an opinion on Pelosi? I mean, obviously she was horrible. California could use Gray Davis again. He was a boring governor. No, I've never tried Bussy. God. I don't want to put my penis in a butt, okay? Butts have poop in them. I don't even want to put my penis in my wife's butt. I don't want to put my penis in anybody's butt. For the very obvious reason that butts have poop in them. Right, boring is fine. Gray Davis was a nice, boring governor. Exactly. Although I prefer you use less crass language. Yeah, I'm very vanilla, okay? I'm very white bread. Well, I'm referring to the following when I said beginning times. A lot of people might title a stream, Are We in the End Times? But what's a more interesting question? Maybe we're in the beginning times. You know, I'm not non-explorative. I'm just not into things that are gross. Do I want to play you in chess? Yeah, I could play you in chess. All right, let's do it. And if it is the beginning times of what? I think it might be the beginning of a new era of musical theater. What do you think? Do you think now might be the beginning of a new era of musical theater? I think it might be. Okay, here is a link. Right. So what happens, for those of you who don't know, is when I play chess, either I win or the other person cheats. This is the only way I could really be beat at chess. So we'll see if Anthony is a big cheater. We'll find out right now. Come on, Anthony is. Bring it. But I want to ask everybody here, why do plays still exist? Aren't plays deprecated technology? You know, haven't they been replaced by TV and movies and books and stuff? I guess TV and movies. Plays seem strange to me. Well, then I don't know what to tell you, Anthony is. I guess you're not going to get to play chess with me. Can you copy and paste it? What's Budussi? Go back to that QR code. Okay. Does that work? Hello, grandchild. Hamilton was a pretty great play. I could try another site potentially. Yes, please don't. Exactly. Winston's mom is absolutely correct. I'm removing that horrible comment. No, she's grossness phobic, like every decent person, okay? Grossness phobic is correct. We should all be grossness phobic. Nobody wants to hear about you getting poop in your penis, okay? So stop. Oh, is it going? Oh, you figured out how to do it? My bads. All right then. I will go here. What do you think about that? Uh-huh. You want to be like that, huh? Fine. Maybe I'll go here. What do you think about that? That's fine. I think what I will do is go here. Now I will go here. Now I will go here. I'll go there. I'll go there. Well, Anthony, that isn't going to help you. I'm just going to kill him like that. And that isn't going to help you either. You know why? Because I'm just going to go like this. Oh, cheater move. That's a straight up cheater move. Okay, I forgot. I'm not showing you guys the game. I'm sorry. Here we go. Let me just tilt this up a bit. I'm using my valuable time here to do this, so I hope you're grateful. All right. Next, we're going to do what? We are going to do what? I'm running out of time so much. I'm going to go here. There. So obviously, for those who don't know, it's cheating to do castling. What? You dirty rat. Okay, well, what's going on here? Everything's so scary. There. How do you like that? Fine. You win. I'll do that. Once again, I reiterate, you dirty rat. You dirty rat. Again, you are such a scoundrel, I tell you. How did you get so scoundrelly? Fine. What do you think about that? Check, motherfucker. You are such a dirty rat. Have you ever seen such a dirty rat before? This is a tough game. This is an interesting game. Um, I don't like how much you cheat, though, is the problem. That's what I don't like about this game. Fine. Well, I'll move there. Okay. I thought we discussed this whole dirty rat thing already. I cannot believe you're still at it. Hmm. Hmm. It's just the dirtiness of the rats is the problem, I guess, at the end of the day. It's the absolute filthiness of all the rats that's the problem. Hmm. I think this cheater might be going to win this game, but we'll see. We'll see how well his cheating pays off for him this time. Hmm. I don't even know what to do with you, you dirty rat. I'm running out of time, too. Okay. That's fine. You can do that. Oh, well, I didn't want you to do that. I'm totally gonna lose this game. You big cheater. I can't believe how much of a cheater you are. You're such a cheater. I can't believe what a cheater you are. And to think that I trusted you, and this whole time, all you planned to do the whole time was cheat. I trusted you to play a fair game, and you never even planned to play a fair game. You planned to cheat the whole time. Stalemate? How did we stalemate? Why does it say it was a stalemate? I'm pretty sure it wasn't a stalemate. Thank you for the game. Obviously, Anthony is the big cheater. You forced him into not letting you have any moves. How doesn't that mean you? Oh, that's a stalemate. How come that isn't a win for the other person? That should be a win for the other person, obviously. Not a stalemate. Sure that Anthony is, but I disagree with the computer. That should not be a stalemate. If you can make the other person not have any moves, then that should count as checkmate. Okay. No legal moves, but not in check. Means it's a stalemate? Wow. I had no idea. I had no idea. I don't think that's ever happened to me before in a game. I guess. Otherwise, I would have noticed it. Probably. Well, I still can't figure out how to castle premature comer. I think I understand how it works, but then when I try to do it, I can never seem to do it. Time to do a Google search. Where is Winston's mom? She's in Tennessee. Or are you talking about something else or someone else? Tennessee is a good game. Anthony is good game. Thank you for playing me. You're clearly a better chess player than I am. Even though it was a stalemate. Yeah, it was fun. Click the king, then click on the rook on the side you want to castle. Well, that's why I believe instead of learning that, that castling just counts as cheating. So I have my own improved rules of chess. The castle, the king, and the rook both have to not move until you are ready to cap. King can move 2 squares only when these conditions are met. You can't castle if your king or rook has moved, nor if you would, if castling would put you, if you would castle through a check. You mean you can't get out of check by castling? Have I ever beaten Sean? No. Sean is actually very, very good at chess, I think, because he beat me one time in like 4 moves or something ridiculous like that. that probably explains why I've not been able to castle before, at least in some instances, is that I might have been trying to get out of check by castling. Why can't you get out of check by castling? That doesn't make any sense. Like, why are these rules this way? And what about that rule that says en passant? Like, you can't pass by the four move checkmate is sarcastically referred to as the scholar's mate. Hmm. No room for meta-analysis in chess, bro. But what about en passant? Doesn't that say that you can't pass by my guy if you could take him? But I swear I've seen somebody do that in a game of chess against me before. With it's also called fool's mate. I don't remember exactly if it was four moves, but it was very quickly. En passant was added to chess in like the 1800s, I think, one of the newest rules. Why do you think that was added? Welcome back, Labola. Why do you think that was added? It was five moves. Ah, it was five moves. Basically, the scholar's mate to him, but with black pieces. I obviously had to have made a somewhat critical error in my opening. Well, no, Labola, because you haven't said anything shitty. You haven't said one of your boring ass things yet. You know, I'm not keeping track of how often you come here. If you were to evolve, then there'd be no point in keeping track of it at all. It's not like I'm trying to, I don't even write down your username or anything. It's just I'm just making note of this phenomenon occurring. But you seem to be evolving a bit, growing a bit, maybe. So I don't know. Accordingly, it's not the same phenomenon. No, because it's not the same phenomenon. I mean, this is part of the testing too, right? Part of the testing process, part of the data gathering analysis process is understanding what you're testing and what you're writing down, right? When pawns jump up out two squares, if it jumps, oh, it's only when they jump out two squares. If it jumps out on the same rank as the opponent pawn, so that's why it's only that situation. That's it allows the opponent to move the pawn directly behind your pawn. Behind it from whose perspective? There you go. Thank you. Are you gonna persist in this, 6 months from now, Ebola? 6 months ago, this guy was whacked out of his mind at 8 a.m. First of all, I wasn't whacked out of my mind. I was asleep. I was not on any kind of drugs except just tiredness, Benadryl, a couple Benadryls, and a couple gabapentins. So be sensible. The capturing pawn acts as if the double jumping pawn only went one square instead of two. Okay. I advanced around from 2200 to 2300. I'm thinking 1500s. Is higher better? Um, what's the date today? 24. The higher number, the better. Okay. What's the highest number that you could get? 2900 is about as best as you can get as far as around 2900. Is like 3000 the absolute highest you can make? Or like 2999 the highest you can make or something? Is there an upper boundary? No, there's no cap. How's it determined? Like, is it determined against a computer that's tuned to be a certain amount of difficulty, and then black can deliver fool's mate in 2 moves, and white can deliver it in 3 moves? Well, Sean, I pushed Sean all the way back to 5 moves. 3000 is the highest human, is around the highest human achievement. Computers have been estimated to be around 3600. Huh. And would you suspect that my number is like 400 or lower than that even? If the gap between 900 and 2400 is infinitely easier to close than the gap from 2775 to 2800. Ah, well, sure, yeah. Obviously, at the top end of this, everybody's going to be very good. Did you hear about the whole fake scandal about the dude using a programmed butt plug to win his in-person match? Oh, Sean estimated at 500. Would you say a little lower, 400? All right, cool. I never heard about that. What do you mean fake scandal? So did it not happen? Did it happen or not? If it happened, isn't it a real scandal? I don't owe your homie any money. So, oh, you thought it was funny. It could be a reality, but it didn't actually happen. Oh, it was some bullshit story that became front page news. He was accused of it, but proved he didn't. How did he prove he didn't? By gaping, anal gaping. Is that how he proved he didn't have a butt plug in his butt? So Fiaco Kiek says it's true, but the guy's a good player without the butt plug cheat. And Premature Commerce says the best player in the world accused another grandmaster of cheating because there were security measures. The only way it's true is if he had something in his butt vibrating. Not true at all, in my opinion. Buttfish is a program that hypothetically would let someone communicate to an AI chess program using a butt plug. Okay, well, I don't owe your homie any money, obviously. I know, but the fact that that could be a reality had me in tears. He beat Magnus, and that was the only thing they thought he could be doing right. Right? Question, Eric. Have you ever had a butt plug in your gaping anal? No, I have not. We're talking about whether someone cheated at chess with a butt plug. Fiaco Kyuk says it is a true story. You don't go from 2200 to 2900 overnight. Neiman did use the butt plug cheat. What do you think, Sean L? If you're still here, I'm curious what you think. Hans did cheat, but the butt plug was a joke made by a streamer. How did Hans cheat? Maybe he didn't cheat in that game, but he did get banned for cheating from chess.com. Am I the Sultan of Swing? I'm not a Sultan of Swing. Not sure what that is, but online cheating is very different than over the board cheating. Both illegal, one is more hard to get away with. Well, you know, online cheating killed online poker. That's why there's no more online poker, because people used like programs to, because you know, even with poker, right? Computers are better at it than we are. Which is kind of surprising. You think if there were a game that a computer couldn't possibly play as well as people, it would be poker, right? But we're not talking about that kind of cheating today, Jess Colonel. We're talking about cheating at chess. You happen to come in at a moment in which the conversation about chess turned to cheating at chess or cheating at poker online, not cheating in a relationship or jealousy. Different cheating, okay? Oh, well, also with poker, Unicorn Ninja points out it's easy to cheat by simply using multiple accounts and partner the players just like in real poker. That's fine, Jessica. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Let's not all pile on Jess Colonel. It's understandable enough. If we were talking about cheating yesterday, and he comes in and we're talking about it again. Magnus Carlsen is a narcissist and a sore loser. That fucking suck. He smeared my boy's name, says Death Artisan. Death Artisan also asked earlier, what would I do if my wife, let me see how we phrased it. As always, it matters how something's phrased. What if your wife were to make an OnlyFans? I mean, she wouldn't. I guess what you're saying is, what if she were to make an OnlyFans and not inform me, and to be having that going on secretly? well, then the problem would really be the secrecy as much as anything. I wouldn't approve such a thing. That's good dumpage. Wonderful times, wonderful feelings, wonderful poops, wonderful beings. Wonderful times, wonderful feelings, wonderful poops, wonderful beings. Rachel and I need to go to town today. Why, you might ask? Good question. The answer is this. Because we need to get Rachel's gabapentin. Why do we have to get it today? Well, because the pharmacy is not open on Saturday or Sunday. So if we don't get it today, we'll have to wait until Monday. Wonderful times, wonderful feelings, wonderful food, wonderful beings. Okay. I guess that's enough pooping for now. I can't spend my whole life pooping. I don't want to spend my whole life pooping. But I'd rather spend my whole life pooping than spend none of my life pooping. Because then I'd be just so constipated. You want to watch? You want to have eat watch? You want to do kitty mukbang? Go ahead. Go ahead, kitty mukbang. Wonderful times, wonderful feelings, wonderful poop, wonderful peas, wonderful kitty mukbangs. Man, I read the best article this morning about Tom Lear. Tom Lear was well, I mean, he's mostly famous for uh, his his music that he made. He made 2 albums way back in the day, at most 3, and then he totally stopped making music to be a math professor. I was familiar with the guy's music back when I was living at home before went to college, right? My mom liked him, and I listened to his albums and stuff when I was a kid. Then I went to UC Santa Cruz, and guess what? I took a logic class. He was the professor of my class, and he's still alive. He's 96, and I read a fascinating article on him today in The Guardian, and he's made all of his music. He put it all in the public domain, and like released a statement, ended it with in caps, all caps. Do not send me money. This guy is such an ENP. He's you know, 96 makes him more than 40 years older than me. He really puts things in perspective, right? Like, I'm 53. This guy who was a professor at college for me, and whom I listened to as a kid, is still alive at 96, and they did an article in The Guardian about him. Because since it was put in the public domain, somebody have ever been to a nude beach? I have, I think. I claimed a beach as my own nude beach on 30 hits of acid when I was younger. That's too much acid. Nobody should take 30 hits of acid. What are the odds you will live to 96? I don't know what the odds are. Do I live to 96? There was one up above Santa Cruz when I was in college. I don't know. It was. It's like, I don't think it was an entirely nude beach. I don't think we were necessarily going to that beach per se. Because I wasn't naked. Well, I like to have sex at the age of 96. Did you ever experience paranormal activities in your home? Not really. Not that I would call paranormal per se. So did you like work up to that, Lazarus, in the sense that had you been taking acid, like I took 1 hit on Monday, 2 hits on Tuesday, 4 hits on Wednesday, like that? In which case you had like super high tolerance, or what? Yeah, well, it's just like George Burns said, I'm sure. I don't know, but I'm not that age yet. Sex at 90 is like trying to shoot pool with a rope. That's what George Burns said. Well, I think paranormal activity does not equal mental issues, but paranormal activity equals a Um, USA Needs Your Oil says, yo, yesterday I was home alone and I heard someone breathing in my room. No, I never ran so fast. Lazarus says, I had a vial to myself. It was all at once. Um, how long were you tripping for? I mean, I think it depends on a lot of stuff, you know? Yeah, my cats unfortunately kill mice and lizards mostly, little moles maybe. Like I mean, yeah, I don't even know how long you 24 plus hours and like a week of come down. I still got HPPD from all the sex I used to do. Is that like persistent psychedelic visual stuff? Is that what that stands for? Hey, my grandpa was in the 9/11. He died. Okay, call it the 9/11. Um, how long ago was that, Lazarus? Lazarus. That sounds extremely scary to me. I had some very hard trips and bad trips, you know. Unicorn Ninja's gonna eat some mushrooms because his wife and kids are out of town. I would be embarrassed if my grandpa got on a live stream and destroyed himself like this guy. Well, I'm not anybody's grandfather, so I don't know what you consider destroying yourself, but I'd be embarrassed if I spent as much time obsessing over me as you do, considering how much you dislike me. Yeah, I do remember that, Mean Bird. That's what Labola is referring to specifically. Labola, every time he comes here, attempts to either defame or heap scorn upon me or whatever. So I find him an interesting phenomenon because it's like he's kind of like the, the manifestation of spite in its most straight ahead form, right? It's just persistent shittiness across time for apparently no reason whatsoever. So I just keep timing him out rather than rather than hiding him because I just figure it's a good example. Comes up periodically. It's interesting to note. I'm not so hard on trolls, in fact. Uh, most trolls end up having some kind of evolving relationship with this place or simply devolving to stuff that gets them hidden. So if Labola were to directly actually defame me in the sense of instead of misrepresenting things, just straight out manufacture shit, right? Then I would probably hide him. That guy's not a troll, though, right? A troll comes around to elicit some kind of response that, to provoke an emotional response or something. I'm not going to LA anytime soon. Yeah, I usually just time them out, and usually people will show some growth or change in one direction or another, right? They'll either get bored because they realize it's not effective or whatever and move on, or they'll be converted to some extent and find some other means of engaging around here. It's relatively unusual, and this is what I call spite monkey behavior, for somebody to just persist consistently across time for a long stretch of time in just in coming in as being spiteful, which is what makes Lobola more interesting and worth talking about at all. Where do I live in Mariposa? I live in what's generally called the Jerseydale part. Are you familiar with Mariposa? It's pretty much an energy vortex. Michael Rodriguez says, F, you chipped their shoulders some, didn't you? I mean, the thing is, in this instance, I don't remember even having any particular, like, sometimes I get it. Maybe I was harsh with somebody and they got their feelings hurt. I don't think with this guy even, that even happened. I think he just sort of started in right off the bat with that. Who knows if he watched a while beforehand, but yeah, I think they realized a better way to get the attention they crave, like little kids do. What do you take? Where do you take someone who has been injured in a peekaboo accident? The ICU. My parents don't want me to marry the girl I love. How do I handle the situation? Why don't they want you to marry her? I mean, the thing is, that happened with me and Rachel. My dad did not want me to marry Rachel, but I married her anyway. I waited till my dad was dead, then married her, but depending on how old your parents are, that may not be the best approach for you. I'm here to make true statements bluntly. Whoever disrespectfully or incorrectly, whoever responds disrespectfully or incorrectly, I latch on to them like I did you the other day, but it's all in fun. You seem like a nice enough guy to me. Marriage is for suckers. Don't get the government involved in your relationship. In general, I agree with you, premature comer. However, the thing about relationships is two people's opinions matter. So I don't I didn't think it mattered very much whether Rachel or I got married, but certainly Rachel did, and Rachel's parents did. They liked the fact that we got married. Rachel wanted a wedding. Rachel was good enough to not get married before me, which is great. So she wanted to have her first and only wedding, and you know, Whether I had already been married twice before, it's like, well, one T. That's why I didn't initially just say marry her anyway, right? Um, it kind of depends. Sometimes your parents are right. My parents didn't want me to marry my first wife, and I did anyway, and they were right. But I also don't think that a happy marriage takes 50 plus years in the making. It took me for over 45 years to start dating the right person. Uh, they approved of the second wife because they thought she was responsible. My mom wasn't with it enough to voice any opinion about Rachel really, except my mom did like Rachel. My mom, even in her dementia, could was very clear about who she liked and who she didn't like. Well, Anthony is you're not wrong. Um, but if you if you've had a if you've had a good relationship with your parents as a child, like if they were nurturing and loving and stuff, and you had a good relationship with them, then and you continue to have a happy family relationship with them, then you want things to be compatible, right? You want your wife and your family to be compatible. No, it wasn't really about my success rate, Jeremiah Fix or Rachel. It was about the fact that my dad didn't want to involve another person in the estate. Of course, Rachel never was involved in the estate, and obviously, even being married to her doesn't make any difference. It's she's not a named party in the trust. It doesn't matter, right? My dad didn't trust legal realities very much. And the other thing is, my dad didn't really have a problem with my lack of success. Remember that I had a long and very successful career, and many years of working long hours and making good money and stuff. So it wasn't it wasn't my success rate. It was my it was just more than anything else. It was that I was I was irresponsible by my dad's metrics. You know, obviously I had drug and alcohol problems and etc. It's real simple. I don't give a shit what people think, whether it's my parents or some strange people on the internet. I'm pretty consistent, as Anthony is. I can make my own happiness. I do care what people think quite a bit, but not in the way that maybe normally people mean that. I understand and respect that how people respond to me, say online in a stream or whatever, is informative about about my performance as a communicator, if nothing else, right? Like, nobody wants to listen to a guy who's behaving meow meow or extremely emotionally volatile. Right. Okay, well, Anthony, is I agree with that notion. Not giving, but see, okay, I don't give people, I try not to give people, um, I try not to give people here in the chat too much control over my emotions, right? I want to be uh, comparatively even keel so that I have a chance to dissuade people I want to dissuade, but with the most effective technique of all, which is just generally ignoring them. That I can convert people that I want to convert, if I can convert, or they're convertible by being reasonable. You know, but it's also the case that to truly love somebody like I love Rachel or my daughter is to give them a lot of control over my emotions. Either Rachel or my daughter could deeply wound me by saying the wrong things, you know? This happens every time one of these floozies starts poontanging around with those show folk. Is that you're talking about? Is that Rachel? Is she the floozy that poontanged around with me? Love makes you a sucker, and you have to accept that. Well, it doesn't make you a sucker. It makes you vulnerable. That's what love is saying, here, I'm putting my vulnerability in your hands. GIAMCNW spells G and communion. Raw. Ultimately, the decision's up to you because, like I mentioned earlier, nobody who offers you advice or tells you what to do has to live with the consequences of that advice. You do. That's true, Shawno. That's true. 1T, it sounds like you were raised well. Only people who are raised well say parents are an essential part of our life. Only parents who love you earn that kind of notion. I agree with you that it's a sucker move unless you're completely sure that you can trust that person with your vulnerability. However, it's also a sucker move to try to to handle all of your vulnerability by yourself, you know? I mean, I can answer that too, 1T. I've got a daughter. I can tell you that in the relationship I had prior to this one, it was a terrible relationship. Delilah was not about to um, validate it accordingly because Kimberly was being abusive to me. But in the same fashion that I wasn't going to listen to her, she wasn't going to listen to me if I were to say that as well. So we respect each other's autonomy. I'm not like my parents. I wouldn't, you know, barring somebody who's really awful. I mean, I don't know. My daughter and I don't spend a lot of time together anyway. I mean, we're not meant to be lone wolves. premature comer. I don't think. But some people are. I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, I could envision having a child that's not trustworthy. Delilah's quite trustworthy. I'm not insinuating that we're always alone. I'm saying that that like I feel very good and safe in my situation. I entrust my trustworthy daughter with a lot of trust in a lot of things, you know, and I entrust my wife with a lot of things. I could imagine having an untrustworthy child, but I'm glad I don't. I don't think I was an untrustworthy child, but in some ways, I was like not very reliable, and you know, when I think about my failures as a son, it makes me it's very painful, very painful. Well, you made the right call, Sean. I'll tell you that much. You absolutely made the right call. I mean, I've failed plenty. I've failed a great deal, you know, and I've had a lot of successes too. So, I have a wonderful daughter, and it's not because she had a good mother, you know. Yeah. Had a lot of failures and a lot of successes. Obviously, I'm proud of my mostly proud of the job I did as a father, loving my daughter and nurturing and caring for her and stuff, raising her, and for some short of time by myself. But you now my children are not my investments. So no, I mean, I'm not gonna block you for that, saying that. I think, I mean, it's factually untrue for everybody, right? Nobody's failed all the way around. Yeah, I've had horrible bad trip before. Had a couple of them. You know, it's always hard when you get older. The older you get, the the more of the more you understand your past, right? So it's when you're in the past, you don't necessarily understand what's going on very well. Um, my bad trips involve just like being tripping too hard and it being scary. I don't know what you call that exactly. Okay, well, neighbor, that's ridiculous. Obviously, we cannot live life as though being seen by people is inherently a risk. I mean, it's conceivably true, I guess, that some random murderer could randomly pick a picture of your kid instead of somebody else's or whatever. Or, oh, it's a joke. Okay. Some people actually are like that, neighbor. Some people are actually like that. Sean has his family. Sean has his family, right? He's got his wife and his daughter. He doesn't have his parents and their family. Um, Probably played a role, although I actually didn't lose any of these teeth until the last 5 years or so when I started losing these teeth. But which is, 20 years or so after I did meth. But I probably had some role in it. I had like 8 of them pulled out all at once. Are you some sort of dental researcher, Ebola? Yeah, people can try to take it, but that'd be their last mistake. Right. You gotta believe in your ability to secure adequately. I'm not worried about us being very public figures because obviously it's hard to get to us. We're way back here. And we're both writing a book on the life of Eric over here. I know. The thing is, of course, do you really believe that you're going to negatively impact other people's opinions about me with this kind of shit talking? People around here, most of the people who come here on a regular basis are not going to be like you are looking for reasons to hate me. So I don't think that's going to be very effective. I chew like a human being with Ebola. I'm not really even sure how squirrels chew. People are cowards have to shit people say to you in here they wouldn't say to you in real life. Oh yeah, I'm sure Ebola would not say these things to me in real life. Okay, Ebola. It's fine. Nobody can say what your emotions are, but your behavior indicates such. You're spiteful. Spiteful. You're okay. How about this? You're consistently hateful towards me. That's fair. I said, is this the beginning times, Stone Ferret? A lot of people would streams that maybe say, is this the end times? But that prompts me to think, hey, but what if it's the beginning times? Anthony is, please don't body shame. Nobody needs to be body shamed, because anytime you body shame anybody, you body shame everybody with a similar body. So let's not do that. I recently watched the Fallout series on Amazon Prime. Episode 1 is at the end, and the final episode is the beginning. Wow. With all this interest in end times, it makes me naturally think about beginning times. Maybe this is the new Garden of Eden, and AI is the apple. Once you learn the Rubik's algo, it's pretty easy to do in a couple minutes. Really? Well, I've never tried it. Never tried to learn it. I mean, I've tried Rubik's cubes, but I've never tried to learn the pattern that you have to do it correctly. So I'm going outside to hit this vape because I quit smoking cigarettes almost a month, or almost 4 weeks ago now. It'll be 4 weeks tonight at midnight. But I still feel triggered periodically to go outside and smoke a cigarette. So sometimes I just come outside to hit this nicotine vape. You're all jacked up on Mountain Dew. It's a whip me lick kind of day. Fine, that's fair enough. It is a whip me lick kind of day. What's my favorite band? Well, usually my answer to that question is currently Johnny. I don't really technically have a favorite band, but I would say JAWNY is the artist that I like to give that as my answer to the question. But, the person who's actively making new stuff right now that I continue checking out their new stuff for more than any other would probably be Baby No Money. It's from the movie Talladega Nights. What is? I don't know. Mastered is a gross exaggeration. Today's live is sponsored by Eric, actually, and by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. I mean, who knows, Unicorn Ninja? I wouldn't be opposed to it were that to happen. It certainly was a normal question to ask. Well, now we're getting a lot more yellow flowers back here. It's interesting seeing the hill evolve as the spring does here. The first flowers that we got on the hill were these little orange flowers. And we got these little purple flowers. Now we're getting more of these yellow flowers. This looks like a sunflower almost. but it's probably not. And of course, we've got some of these white flowers down here, but I can still hear the stream going. I doubt I can see it now with all the growth any place, but it's still pumping some gallons, a few gallons here and there. Who's gonna win, Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson? I'm gonna have to go Jake Paul. I was originally thinking maybe Tyson, but I think he's just too old. I don't think you can. I mean, I think Jake Paul is a better boxer than 60 whatever year old Mike Tyson. That's not too much of a leap to make, right? It's very conceivable, believable that Jake Paul, though not a great boxer in the history of boxers or anything, is still better than a 60-some-year-old Tyson. Yeah, it's this summer sometime. I'm not exactly sure. Do I think it'll be scripted? I don't think it's going to be scripted, but I mean, the rules they've released, I think they have shorter rounds. There are no judges. It's just an exhibition. It's not even a real fight, you know? Oh, it already happened last weekend, y'all? Oh, it did. Is that true? That didn't happen yet, did it? That didn't. I would have heard about it if it happened. I read enough news articles about it. The Google News definitely, I mean, it already like puts more of such articles in front of me. So if it happened already, I would have seen that already. I like these little pink flowers here too. They're nice. See them? It's very green for this late in May. We had a very late winter, you could say, and accordingly, a late spring. There's a bumblebee. Bumblebees do have stingers, but I've never known anybody who's been stung by one. Anybody here know anybody who's ever been stung by a bumblebee? I've never heard of anybody tell me that, getting stung by it, but we did look it up. Rachel said one time, I don't think bumblebees have stingers. And I said, oh, I didn't know that. They don't have stingers, huh? And then she double checked herself, looked it up, and she said, actually, they do have stingers. I like playing chess, and in theory, I'd like to be better at chess, but I don't want to learn anything. What's the definition of a hanger? In what context? Watch out, Bumblebee. Don't come and get me. Alright, it's time to go back inside. And a little bug started flying around my face. So, nobody wants little bugs. Oh, you did. John, you got stung by a bumblebee? Did it hurt a lot? Play my first move of what? Yeah, just a bit like a really hard pinch. Huh. So not that painful for you, huh? Oh, Sean L. got stung by a bumblebee once, and his armpit put him in the hospital due to an allergic reaction. So I don't know what you mean 1T by Eric play your first move. What's going on? Are you way back in the string when I'm playing chess? That's possible. Stop dissing my ELO. What's your ELO? Who's a different person when he gets in fight mode? I have to go inside and look here. I will go back in the other room and see what's going on. Really, isn't it the least I can do? I stepped on a wasp one time. It was very painful. With bare feet, I stepped on a wasp, and it was absolutely terrible. You got me right in the arch part, in the soft part of the bottom of the foot. Very painful. The bee then died for my sins of aloofness. So what happened with me, Lazarus, is my dad served in both the Army and the Navy, so I didn't have to serve at all. That's how it works. I got a letter from the government saying, you're fine. He's allergic to bees. That's how. He got out by being allergic to bees. I'm not a vet. No, I'm not a veteran, nor am I a veterinarian at all. I did fill out my draft card when it was that time to do that, but I never got drafted. EBT likes cheese. My grandpa was a veteran, but that doesn't qualify me for that good insurance. Well, Unicorn Ninja, it's because your father has to serve in 2 branches. Then he can pass down one of them to you. All right, that's how it works. You were forced out in 2013? They call it the Private Ryan rule. So it's the same basic concept of like your family has already lost 4 sons out of 5 in the war, so your fifth son doesn't have to fight in the war anymore. Same concept, except I'm much less deserving, right? Yeah. It's like my mom was also a teacher at an army base, so I get extra deferment for that. Winston's mom spent a lot of time in the military, like more than a year. The Matt Damon rule, right? Have you ever heard the term "don't shake the net"? No, I never heard that term. What does that mean? You were shot in the head? Oh, for goodness sakes. Why would you want to stay in the military after being shot in the head? Didn't you think at that point you had done enough? Like after you've gotten shot in the head, you figure like, all right, I did my part. That's probably enough. It's a D-Day reference. Don't shake the net. It's a D-Day reference to all the young, scared soldiers endangering others on the rope or net. Clump up. Climb up. America is going to fall like Great Rome because he's retarded. Who's he? No, I have not seen the D-Day 80 Years lag short. My MRAP, it's mobile, meow, meow, meow. It's mobile, meow, meow, meow. They'd push them off if they posed a danger to others. So you saying that um, that they'd have to shake me off of the net? Maybe they would. I don't know. Maybe not. It's hard to say. Fortunately, I never served in the military, so America didn't have to deal with my pussy ass as a soldier. My eldest son is serving. He's on his second re-up and love that. I'm so proud of him. Well, good for you and your family. Stephen Morton, happy Friday to you too. I would be an awesome sailor. I get extremely seasick. I would not be an awesome sailor. That's why my dad left the Navy. He originally joined the Navy. He became seasick, and then and he spent his whole term of service in the Navy being seasick, and then he had the chance to switch. He changed to the Army. What was your MOS, Dominic? Gen 19D. This is a bunch of terms that I don't understand. Yes, I agree, Anthony. Let's pull a Bong Ripper too. Your grandpa was on Ishanima, or I mean, Isha. What is that called? Yeah, on a ship and watched that famous flag rising. I make you seasick. I got a felony at 18, so I couldn't serve. Instead, I did wildland firefighting. Well, I will hit that. Let me see what it looks like. That's funny. He's 80 years late. I'm looking breedable today. What? Good for me. Mo Keem was once a moniker, but I didn't comment often enough here for that to count. I have a very prominent account here that you certainly have engaged with. Hmm. Well, everybody is their account as far as I'm concerned. You know, unless somebody says, hey, it's me, Niebuhr, I just have a different name right now, or something, then I wouldn't know that. Prisoners do woodland firefighting? Oh, is that what that means? Really? Are you out of jail now? What do you want me to repent for? My sins? I already repent for them regularly. I feel bad about all my sins. And also, I won't give you a strike because technically we're right on that. Rose most deserves a strike, but I am forgiving. I do. That's what I'm saying, Premature Comer. By and large, I deal with everybody as the account they are, not as a person, because I don't know. I have no way of knowing who's behind these words on the screen. They did some of those drafts over the radio announcing what birthdays would be selected to serve. Some of the guys were straight up terrified when they were first drafted. Um, yeah, I think there are. I think it happens, Unicorn Ninja. I think it does, but uh, I think there are other people who are either just always use the same account. That may be the majority of the people, because it's just easier, right? So it's probably the majority of the people. He has everyone to center, including me. And and I do lament my sins and feel bad about them. I ask Jesus to forgive me. It's a little harder, perhaps, for me to forgive myself. Multiple regulars. What he means by a multiple regular is one person who's here regularly under multiple different accounts, depending on the day. So let's say Big Dog Mofo was also um, Men Like Gods and was also Fly Guy. Well, then he'd be considered a multiple regular because he was the same person under three different meows. Yeah, I get it, premature comer, because the thing is, I'm somebody who has two different accounts that I regularly use. Talking with famous people, which is the account I'd like to be logged in as all the time. But additionally, there should be additionally I have to use Eric Strauss because I have YouTube TV, and it won't let me log into YouTube TV as talking with famous people. So I'm always having to log in as Eric Strauss for YouTube TV. In contrast, I can live stream as talking with famous people on my phone and be logged in as Eric Strauss on the computer. So it's more likely that I'm just going to be logged in as Eric Strauss than as talking with famous people. It's annoying because it's like sometimes I want to watch YouTube, right? But talking with famous people is a much more informed video recommendations than Eric Strauss, because YouTube's been receiving information about what kind of videos I like to watch for as talking with famous people for like a decade, right? But this Eric Strauss shit is a recent phenomenon within the last year or so when we got YouTube TV. Well, you can see how travel's not really favoring that leg anymore, but it seems like it's a little crooked. Horrible, horrible. I hate horrible poops that require like a million wipes. You know? May all your poops be one wipers. Seems like a good blessing. Of course, it's a pipe dream. Hardly, really, none of your poops are one wipers. Because even if a single wipe reveals nothing, you're going to have to use at least a second wipe to determine if that's really sufficient. So, that's the truth about this mythological one wipe poop. It doesn't even exist. All right. So now what I want to do is I want to play chess again, okay? I want to play chess again, and the reason I want to play chess again is I want to play my best game of chess, okay? I have not. Two putty cats, huh? Okay. So heretofore, thanks to the rampant amount of cheating that's been going on in my chess games, you've not gotten to see my best game of chess. But today, right now, you're going to see what it's like when Eric plays his absolute single best game of chess. You're going to see a level of chess that, according to those numbers you guys were talking about before, is probably about 3,500. So when I play this time, what you're going to see is the following. You're going to see a man who could easily beat the best chess players in the world and probably all the computers as well. Who wants to play me chess? What am I doing? I'm putting a link to chess. A said they'll play. Of course, you have to be, I think, on a laptop to successfully play here because people have conveyed to me that they cannot play, they can't click the link from their phone. But I'll play anybody from Sean L all the way down to anybody. If it is Sean, he's in for it, the shock of his life. Because I would play, but I'm at the beach. And there are big signs everywhere. No chess allowed at the beach. Join the game. I play the black pieces. All right, let's see how we do. I'm going to play my very best game of chess today. You're going to see a whole new world of wonder awaiting you. I'm going to try some different ideas today. We're going to really... Who's playing? I don't know who white is. I'm black, though, so I have to wait for them to go first. There we go. Hmm. As you see, things are getting pretty sophisticated around here. We aren't screwing around this time. You know why we're not screwing around this time? Because we don't like screwing around, and we don't believe in screwing around. Okay, kitty, I'll pet you. Hmm. 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 I see. Meow, 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 me. Uh-huh. I see. Meow, 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 me. All right. Well, let's do this here like meow. Okay. And now what I want to do is meow, meow. Mhm. There you go. Now we'll do that. Hmm. Hmm. This is a tricky game. You're being a tricky guy. Hmm. Well, I think what I'm going to have to do is trade. Yeah, I got no choice but to trade in this instance. So we will go here. How do you have so many more guys than I have? Where did you get all your guys from? You scoundrelly scoundrel. You're such a cheater. You're cheating so bad all the time. Oh. Well, I'll move here. Since you're such a cheater, you really leave me no choice. Okay, Captain Cheats a lot. I don't even know what to do about all your cheating. It's so constant. So constant and nonstop. I really got this guy thinking now. He's thinking hard. Okay, well, I think it's pretty obvious what must be done now. Hmm. Oh, you horrible scoundrel! Fine. Here. You want to trade? Let's trade. Trady Pants McGee. I don't know what a trader you are. Whether your nickname in school was Trady Trade because you were such a trader. Go ahead. You're the one who said you wanted to be in the horse trading business. So just go ahead and do it. Just deal with it. Just get over your bad self. No, cheater. I didn't say start cheating all of a sudden, did I? Did you think that's what I said? No, obviously not. All right, fine. Checkmate. You cheaty cheater. Who played me? Was that Sean? Oh, if that was Sean, oh, that A? If that was Sean, I feel very proud of myself. I, he seemed like the cheaty Sean type. You just tell, like, he's cheating extra hard, maybe? You saw that coming? Well, I saw a few of his tricks. I caught on to a few of his little trickety trap tricks that he wanted to do. But at the end of the day, he was just, he had, his cheating powers were too great for me to overcome. He didn't take my incitation to trade. I was thinking maybe I can get my castle down there and then his king won't have anywhere to go. But no. It didn't work out like that. Even though I tried to taunt him into trading. Do you appreciate nice turd cutters? I don't have any turd cutters. I don't know what turd cutters are. Presumably they're for cutting turds. Sean's an ISTP. And like a lot of ISTPs, very bright. And also like a lot of ISTPs, probably in person, likely to be underestimated in terms of intelligence because of a lack of in-person verbosity. I played a lot better than I did at one time against Sean. This time I was sneaky and I moved my castle pawn first. You never basically do that. I never see anybody do that. I never do that usually. Because, you move your castle pawn first. The spot that you move your castle to is already diagonaled by the other guy. The other guy's diagonalers. One of the two. Who said they appreciate nice turd cutters? Actually asked a question, do you appreciate nice turd cutters? It was Casey Jones. A. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 people above you in the chat. Guess how the contestant answered. Guess how the contestant answered parts of the forward phrase. It's considered a meme move. What's a meme move? What does that mean? Always sacrifice a queen for another queen. Is that true? Okay, here comes the answer. I have no idea. Right in the butt? Was that not the answer? Oh. Well, I, it was unusual for me to do that, right? That's why I did it. I thought, hey, whoever I'm playing is not going to see this coming. I don't normally do this. I was thinking, I want to get my castle out more, So I would imagine that probably more than most chess players or people who play chess even casually, I have no nor set way that I begin. This is the best. Right in the butt. Right. Well, I don't like games where there's a best way to do it or a better way to do it. I like games where Eric's way to do it is the best way to do it. Whatever that may be. Now, it turns out there aren't any such games, but if there were, I would like those best. I mean, certain simulation games are kind of like that. I played a lot of SimCity 2000. You could play it however you want to play it. It's fine. That's why I'm also not good at Magic the Gathering. I don't want to play it like figure out which deck is better. I want to pick the cards that seem cool. Yeah, back in the day, I played a lot of SimCity 2000. And yeah, well, this is Eric game right here. Eric talks, other people type things into the chat, then Eric talks some more. The Genius Square. It's a quick and fun game that can be done multiple ways to win. I'm not a huge, water pipes, roads, pumping stations, subways, trains. You can put in an airport. Well, what I want to know is this. Does Sean have dreams of someday becoming a professional chess player? And second, are there in fact professional chess players? Sean does teach chess, actually, apparently. But if you're good enough, can you support yourself as a chess player? Like, does Magnus Carlsen, when he wins chess tournaments, does he win money by winning those tournaments? Monopoly is not the best game. Let's admit that. You'd be better off being a golfer. Golfers seem to make an unreasonably large amount of money for what they do. You know, even if you just sort of make the cut, maybe get 30th place or something, you still take home a paycheck if you're a professional golfer. Unfortunately, I wasn't very good at golf. I wasn't really very good at any of those things. The last chess tournament I watched, the winner took home 40 grand. That's not that much for a 2 to 3 day tournament. Am I eating tuna melts? Is that a documentary on golfing? The money's really inconsistent. I see. The vast majority of chess pros find it hard to make a living. They sometimes have to pay more than they make. For the winner, for the winner, no. I mean, I'm talking about other kind of sports, right? Compared against other sports. For example, a horse racing stakes race, even not even a stakes race, just an allowance race will have uh, 60 to $100,000 purse, you know, for the horses, and that takes place over the course of 2 minutes. Um, Golf tournaments have 4 days, but the winner takes home like $1 million or so. Even esports, I think, have higher purses than that, or maybe Magic the Gathering have higher purses than that. Yeah, true. Golfers have a lot of expenses, but Lindsay Smith says you have a calm demeanor and kind face. I can't help but ask if you've ever done anything very bad in your life. No, not very bad, but I feel bad about every bad thing I have done. I mean, it depends what you call very bad. Like, no, I mean, like failing to be a good enough son as my parents were dying is not doing something very bad, right? But it's failing to do what you ought to do adequately. Also, if you imagine one of those big poker tournaments, right? Am I dumb or why am I finding it hard to follow the conversation right now? We're talking about a variety of things here. So we're talking about different sporting events and the different ways that they pay the athletes or competitive events. Obviously, if you compete in something like badminton, you're probably not going to make a living um, playing badminton. It doesn't have probably substantial enough purses and competitions to make a living at it. Other kinds of competitive endeavors offer bigger purses. If you're a very successful poker player, you can play tournaments that are a lot shorter than 2 to 3 days and presumably walk away with a lot of money. But of course, it's harder to be reliably better at poker probably because it has so much luck involved in it. Ping pong is the real cash cow sport. It probably is in China or what have you. I made potatoes earlier. I don't know if I'm planning on cooking right now, but I kind of need to figure out what I'm doing right now. I need to check this text I got. We're gonna disconnect for a second, but I'll be right back. Yeah, well, I mean, it feels cheap and easy to me to say I did the best I could. In retrospect, obviously I could have done better. But it's also the case that nobody's perfect, and we kind of should evaluate ourselves maybe more against a metric of was it good enough rather than did I get a passing grade? Did I get at least a C minus? C minus. I'd be willing to give myself that, even if I were going to grade on the harsher side. So most sports are extremely boring. I actually like watching sports quite a bit, but only if it has to be in the right mood and it has to be the right game, etc. You know, D minus is not usually considered passing. But yeah, if D minus is passing, I still give myself like a C minus, or maybe even like a 72 or 73, which is like a low C. Who knows? Um, so I guess I did fine. I don't know. I beat myself up enough about it enough. I don't. I don't need to be continuing to experience memories of my earlier life failures as just pain, intrusive pain triggers. Uh, but it seems to just be unavoidable to some extent. Time maybe makes those things less intrusive. I'm not sure. Yeah, usually D minus is not passing. But hey, what you know what, premature comer? In the school of life, it is. F is fail, anything above that is passing. Okay, that's the school of life rules. Are there only dudes here today? We're having a sausage party? Maybe. I don't mind having a sausage party on the internet like this because I don't know who's a chick or not. Anyway, how do you know? After some time with some people, you assume they are as they represent themselves, but you never really know until you maybe meet them on video or something, or meet them in person even. The school of life understands that sometimes, the goal in life is not to get an F. There's going to be some things in life where you get an A, plenty of things where you get a B or a C, and some things in which you're going to struggle and you just hope to get a D or a D minus in those things. And you're going to get some Fs in life. But you should try to be kind to yourself, kinder than I am to myself, because all any of us can really do is to try to be as good a person as we can right now. I can tell a dude or a chick after 10 to 15 comments. I don't think I try to make that distinction. Maybe if I attempted to, I would either be good or bad at it, but that's very countervalued SI abuse, John L. Who was the 17th president? Was it McKinley? Let's find out. Oh, search Google. Andrew Johnson. He assumed the presidency following the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, as he was vice president at the time. Who was the 18th president? Did Johnson get reelected or was it Grant? Grant. Johnson did not get elected as president himself. He just had the leftover presidency of Lincoln. Who gives a shit, says William. It was Grant. Top 5 worst presidents of all time. I'm going to say George W. Bush is the worst of all time. Andrew Jackson, second worst, maybe. I'm going to say let's say Nixon. George W. Bush is the absolute worst. Andrew Jackson, terrible. Nixon, terrible. Who's number 4 worst? Like, I don't know. LBJ. LBJ was pretty horrible. It's hard to say like somebody from the 1700s or 1800s was one of those horrible. Yeah, with the exception of Andrew Jackson. So a guy called a swimming pool company and says, I got a leak in my pool. And the man says, well, go ahead. Well, right now, when discussing presidents, knowledge of the presidents is more useful. Right? Statistics is only useful in life if you want to understand things correctly. Best president was William Henry Harrison because he knew how not to overstay his welcome. I like Polk, one-term president. Yeah, I was thinking FDR too. I was gonna say FDR is is on the list. We'll put FDR in the last spot maybe. His expansion of federal powers was very unfortunate, needless to say. People think of him as a war president, but they forget about his attempt to. Talking about the worst presidents, 1 month president. Biden's not nearly as bad as any of these other presidents that I mentioned. He's a forgettable president who will be forgotten soon enough, right? Like Grant. Grant was neither a good nor a bad president. George W. Bush was the worst. He started this whole regime change thing. The post 9/11 America was just this disaster because of him. Well, I mean, there are war presidents and there are war presidents. Like, I'll condemn LBJ for Vietnam. I'm not going to condemn Truman for Hiroshima. I'm not going to condemn. Carter was weak, but you had this stretch of time that went from Nixon through Carter, where it was evil masquerading as like responsibility, and then transitioning into abject weakness and just limpiness in both Ford and Carter. We pulled out of that. Reagan was a good president overall. Not great, but not as good as Clinton, but better than Bush Sr. Bush Sr. was certainly better than by everyone up through Clinton was better than everyone since, like from after Carter. So your Reagan, Bush Sr., and Clinton were all way better than the several presidents that came before or the several presidents that have come after. No, that was Nixon who started it. Reagan did double down on the war on drugs, and that was unfortunate. That was bad. Yeah. But the thing is, it's like that drug war wasn't started by Reagan. He should have ended it instead of persisting in it. But overall, the country was prosperous, successful, etc. Well, I mean, yeah, Biden's essentially absent at a juncture where somebody needs to actually exert some leadership, and his administration seems to have no particular directionality or purpose, right? But ultimately, when we look back several presidents from now, he will be largely forgettable in like the impacts of his policies are more from the total lack of vision, clarity, etc., than from any particularly bad vision. I agree with premature comment. Biden's brain dead, and Trump has no respect for what makes this country truly great. That's it. Well said. Well said. Do I like sour gummy bears? Semi-gour bears. Do I like semi-gour bears? Well, Andrew Jackson, you might be, is probably what, is probably what Sean L was referring to there. I'm guessing he's saying Andrew Jackson when he's referring to the genocide, but I could be wrong. Andrew Jackson was our most genocidal president. Granted, he did not literally commit genocide. He just displayed a wanton disregard for the rights of people who were too dark in their skin color for any reason, really. Like, even if they'd just been to the tanning salon too much. But certainly he didn't consider Native Americans to be human beings. Didn't act as though they were, anyway. He also, like Trump, had no respect for checks and balances. Trump's not just a big mouth, right? He has no respect for checks and balances. He has too much faith that his his vision allows him to bypass normal procedural standards. In other words, he doesn't think he has to do his job right to do it well. That's the problem. Biden thinks also, I don't even think he thinks that. He just doesn't think anything, really. He's just whatever. Biden just thinks that being not Trump means he's doing his job great. But he's horrible. That's the most important thing I think to take away from this conversation. Is nobody, not Biden nor Trump nor any president, can do the job well without doing it right. Well, apparently we have to watch the cat eat. You don't want to, I don't want to, but we have to watch it eat anyway. Ruben made cinnamon rolls and came over and brought us a couple of them. Well, I don't think a multi-partate solution is going to be effective. Basically, Big Dog Mofo, do you want I don't know, whatever, it's all just depressing. Kitty is a lot less depressing than this, that's for sure, Goblin. That's a real glowing endorsement, Big Dog Mofo. It doesn't tickle mine either, Goblin. Because it's like if something's gonna make me feel bad, I want to be doing something about it. So I'll be a lot more interested in engaging about politics when I actually run for office. Then it'll matter, you know? Then I won't just be making myself upset for no reason. No, I get you, Big Dog Mofo. I don't really blame anyone for making either choice, given how horrible both choices are, or for doing as I'm going to do, which is make neither choice. I do find it odd that some people are like enthusiastic about Trump. Nobody should be enthusiastic about either of these candidates. Pretty much nobody's enthusiastic about Biden. Just the other day, for the first time I ever recall, I saw somebody come into the chat and say Biden 2024. I don't remember anybody ever being in favor of Biden, just opposed to Trump, you know? I wonder where all those people, though, who were claiming that Biden stole the election are at, now that they're saying things like Trump 2024 and Trump is going to win this election for sure. Where's all this like election stealing mechanism that supposedly was in place, given that they now believe Trump will serve both of his two possible terms? Okay, well, fair enough, but yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that it's understandable that he's got people who are very enthusiastic about him because he does a good job of attacking the people that the most partisan edge want attacked, or of dismissing them. He echoes some common sentiments among that population of people. That is such a big crow or raven or whatever it is. It's huge. Let's see if I can show it to you. See it? You can see it, but it's hard to see how big it is. That is a big ass crow. I mean, like, you can hear its wings when it flies. Well, that's fine, Simple Girl 357. I was thinking about it actually. I was just thinking about how prior to that one time you had said, like, I want to go jostle my wife, and you're like, women are not always in the mood, Eric. And then, in fact, that ended up you temporarily cock blocked me with that statement. In fact, I was like, oh shit, maybe I'm not reading Rachel's body language or something right now. So I was a little hesitant to proceed as planned, and Rachel's like, what's going on? And I said, well, Simple Girl's like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, then in conjunction with that comment yesterday, I thought, oh, your husband must have had a very high sex drive. And you're just like projecting your experience onto me and Rachel. I do not have that high of a sex drive. We have sex every few days, and it's not. It doesn't. It's not too much for her to endure. It's nice out. I came out here before and then I encountered some bugs. So I'm gonna go back inside now. But it's not really very buggy out here. I think I should water these plants. Let's water them. Uh-oh. There's one of these spiky caterpillars on the hose. Supposedly, these spiky caterpillars, if you touch them, they'll get off of here. Spiky caterpillar. They'll give little sting to you or something. There we go. Now this one, at least for the first few days after transplanting it here, has gotten like wilty in these top leaves on the right hand side every day, like it needs more water, and then I put more water and it gets unwilty. So I don't understand how that could possibly be the problem, given that it's in the ground and I'm watering it every day, but it must have lost a lot of its roots in the transplant, and it's just recovering its full self-hydrating capacity. That's my guess. But really, only Jesus knows. Jesus and God and probably the Holy Ghost. He may not be checking his email. The Holy Ghost is kind of notorious for not really being up on his email. Okay. I've watered those plants now, so good for me. I think I might next do the dishes, which is say put the dishes in the dishwasher away and put the dishes in the sink in the dishwasher. Like middle of the day, like right now. Since it's the beginning times, I want to tell you that you have many good qualities. I don't like your blue wall or that you debate when you're wrong and won't admit it. I don't debate when I'm wrong and won't admit it. I do the exact opposite of that. I don't like the blue wall either. I do point out that we oughtn't know things without adequate substantiation for that knowledge. Else, recognize that we are merely speculating. You tend to overknow, right? Overknowing is a problem of sorts in the world. Well, Lobola, I would agree with you that that's a very sensible way to vote. Okay, I I approve of everybody who you got a strike on your YouTube channel because somebody said Trump won the election. I wasn't saying that. I was saying where are all those people who were claiming that bullshit when now they're claiming meow meow meow, right? So if in fact meow meow meow, then why, right? Lobola makes a good point. Everybody should vote with their bank account. I wish everybody voted with their bank account. You know, that's a very sensible thing to do. No, I mean, in that instance, Putty Cat, Trump didn't allow the lockdowns per se. You know, he didn't cause the lockdowns. He just failed in his moment to say the right words. And it shows you it's not just about mean tweets or not mean tweets, right? It's not about whether he can't keep his mouth shut or not. It's about whether when he does open his mouth with the opportunity to determine history either falls this way or this way, and he doesn't have an actual justification for why we shouldn't engage in this stuff that withstands any scrutiny, that people can discuss, that people can talk about it all, then that is a catastrophic failure on his part, right? No, that's not true, David. Half the country hated Trump all along. I don't want to play that game. You know, he flopped. He flopped. The LG community. What's the LG community? I don't know what that is. Let's see. I'm tipsy adjacent. You water and water a day. We're close. We're getting close to the current moment. What good did it do to pay attention to something you have no control over? I agree with that. I don't want to pay attention to politics until I'm actually running, you know? Hi, Daniel. Okay, I'm back up to current times. I mean, a lot of people do. A lot of people are very, you know, they get off on the emotional trigger. The the anger and the finally they gotcha. Either in words or actual. No, I don't know who that person is. In fact, I Googled them. Last time was probably you who came in here and said that. I found somebody by that name on TikTok, but I have no idea which stream it would be, right? You want to tell me the name of the stream or some way to find it or what I would search for? Why don't read it out loud? Oh, is that all it is? I mean, that's not even remotely amusing or interesting because I actually was a debater, so I've heard every conceivable kind of ridiculous joke like that. But there is actually a person on TikTok called the Furious Maths Debater, right? Okay, well that's fine, but it's like that's not a particularly good one, right? It's a very boring one. There are plenty of good ones. Like earlier, someone said Barry Barry McCockiner was that name, and that one fooled me, and that one made me laugh. Furious maths debater. The way I pronounce it, it literally could mean that, right? Just because premature comers drinking on the beach does not mean you should dismiss everything they say. Okay, it's at least an appropriate place to be drinking. I mean, the thing is, in general, we want to avoid trying to delegitimize what somebody says or whatever predicated on stuff that's irrelevant, like what drugs they do or that kind of thing. Those things are all irrelevant as to the legitimacy and value of a given thing being said. Okay, so we can isolate the stuff being said from the person saying it, and he's just tipsy adjacent. Oh, you're just provoking thought? All right. Well, fair enough. I guess we're all thought provoked. I'm assuming you should probably leave it up to premature comer's wife to provoke premature comer in that fashion. Fair enough. Philip Ajarapu. Philip Ajarapu. Hey, would you blow me? Is a good one. I also like, as I said, Barry McCocken who's Irish apparently. Barry McCockiner. That's what it is. I'm not a boomer. I'm Generation X. I'm 53 years old. Abo, bananu. But even if I were a boomer, this is just what I was discussing a second ago, which is let's avoid evaluating what's being said based on who's saying it whenever possible. And certainly, let's try not to invalidate people as legitimate voices on a topic based on whether or not they consume intoxicants. Equivalently, based on how old they are, obviously. People think that judging people based on their intoxicant consumption is more justified than judging people on things like race, age, gender, ability level, etc. But I think it's just as bad. Just as bad, just more tolerated. I like Philip Ajarapu. I've never heard that one before. No, I've never lived off the government at all for even a minute, Lavola. I mean, you could say I lived off the government for the first few years of my career because I worked for LA County. But after that, I was in private industry the whole time. He's talking about me, Labola, but simple girl, but he's totally wrong. I don't know why he feels as though this is correct. You know, I guess Labola has more faith in his his intuition about me than in my reporting of the facts. It's just some people are like that, I guess. I've explained this to him before, but he doesn't want to hear I just, it's like, and so what then? What then does Labola do with that reality? He's now made the false claim that I've lived off the government my whole life, which I never lived off the government at all. Even when I was being paid by the government, it's because I was working for LA County and I was being paid by LA County Office of Education. Right. When I did get unemployment for a while after getting laid off from that county job. They laid off everybody with an emergency credential, which is what I had. So I got unemployment after that for a while. That ran out after a bit, you know. And then thereafter, I've been in the private sector. William's just joking around, simple girl. William knows I'm not on the food stamps or getting government housing. So it's like I unavoidably would like to hear what Labola has to say. Like, you know, okay, so now you've been corrected. That was not the case. Okay, but you just got corrected, Labola, right? You previously made the claim that I lived off the government, but I do not live off the government, never have. I've never gotten any kind of assistance, not food stamps, not welfare, not housing, etc. So, what's your response to that? You say you had a feeling that I was a typical California libtard, but you've since been corrected, right? Like, I don't know what you imagine that to be, but I certainly am not anything that you encapsulate with that label. So, what do you do now that you've been corrected? Are you correctable? Can you learn things? I mean, the thing is, I'm not sure how much it helps when the government tries to solve problems like that, but maybe in some instances it should. However, it's definitely the case that our current approach to homelessness, which places an unfunded burden upon municipalities, is not working. Goblin LeBeau has been around for a long time, right? And and hate hates me or whatever, is thinks he can determine who I am and that I ought to be dismissed by a bunch of random irrelevancies, etc. When he first came in here, he liked to insult me by calling me Sling Blade. Um, Now I've gone from uh, like rural, mentally disabled farmer guy into a California libtard, right? I think that probably Laboda doesn't doesn't know what to do with this, right? I think he's somebody who's got a very who needs things very black and white, very very simple. I'm guessing, it seemed for a moment that he might he might grow a bit. Well, he did grow a bit today, and he may end up coming back and growing more. We'll see. I Thus far he's not been able to stay away. Yeah, he kept coming around time and time again, saying the same things over and over again to try to insult me. But I don't think he's played out like he it usually does, right? So usually when he's doing this shit, he gets hidden right away. Around here, he gets timed out and corrected. Then he comes back and says bullshit, gets timed out and corrected. No, men can't get pregnant. But Labola, we're talking about your previous false claim, right? So what do you have to say about your previously stated false claim that I've lived off the government my whole life? Do you understand that that's wrong now? Have you been corrected? Did you learn anything? Before we get to your stuff, anything further, let's resolve that previous thing you said so that we're in agreement. Well, I mean, if I were, I don't know what a libtard is, right? I don't believe in such a thing any more than I believe in and somebody should be dismissed as because they're conservative or. I think both people should be dismissed equally, right? People who are liberals and self-identify as such, or conservatives self-identify as such, they're doing it wrong, right? To do it correctly, you have to be correct about every specific policy matter. Okay, well, I already corrected you on that. That's absolutely not the case, right? So at this point, I guess you're just what? You have you're just frustrated, acting out. I mean, you've been here an awfully long time today, Labola. You seem to enjoy the environment quite a bit. Yeah, sure. I'll make you a mod right now. There you go. So Labola, I suspect, is kind of struggling here, in that this is like his favorite thing to do, but he he doesn't know how to engage as a human being to human being. Well, see, it's not exactly trolling, right, Simple Girl? Normally, if you troll somebody or troll a place, you go in there and you try to get them mad by presenting yourself as having false positions, and then they believe that's your position and argue against it or whatever. This guy's just coming in and trying to either defame or heap scorn on me for a variety of things, and he's like an off-brand disease. At some point I'll just hide him, right? But I like to let them flail away for a while. After all, it helps the channel, their engagement does. They're, it seems to me self evident that somebody who's trying to shit on you, if you keep timing them out and they keep hanging around, that they're kind of missing the elephant in the room, you know? But I don't doubt it's interesting to him as well, in part because at this point, for sure, he's always been hidden in the past. I'm sure this is not the only place where he comes in with this kind of general shittiness or whatever. So I'm sure at this point, everybody's hidden him by now, before he even gets a quarter of the way here. Right. Timing out is a way to reinforce, like, okay, I'm going to make you have to work harder to continue to stay here and make chats. Riches of nature, SDS. Evening. Good evening. Leonard Weed. Hi, Eric. Why do you look sad? Because I am so sad. I'm so sad, 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 sad. Yeah, timing out usually does weed out the just straight up um, like are looking for an eligible victim kind of trolls, bouncing from presumably live to live. I'm doing well. I could block him indefinitely. Yeah, I could hide him from the channel. That means nothing that account says can be seen on the channel. All right, let's go do the following thing. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming for a whole lot longer right now. Someone was saying that I dox people. No, I don't dox anybody. Who was saying that? Someone was saying that they dox people, including me. But who have I doxed? The crow flapped continuously and did not glide. Who am I? Like, there's no such thing as an accusation. Eric doxes people. If there's somebody who's been doxed by me, then you say Eric doxed me, right? Who have I purportedly doxed? You see what I do? I do this all the time. This is what I do. there's no secret Eric behind the scenes doing other shit, you know? Oh yeah, it wasn't me. It wasn't about me doxing people. I mean, occasionally I have a conversation where it's like, "Oops, I hope I didn't accidentally show that person's email address. I hope I didn't accidentally dox them." But that's the only context in which you could ever hear me say any such thing, or it'd be about me. I have no interest. I just am not interested in other people, right? If somebody's really villainous, I can be incited to want to deal with that person by making a video about it or something, but it kind of has to be YouTube specific, and even then, I'm increasingly hesitant to I was, and I shouldn't say increasingly. The last time that happened, I was hesitant because the guy involved is an absolute fucking nut job, you know. And spiteful people, being spiteful, will go to crazy lengths to get you. Sometimes. Just look at what eBay did. Okay. Okay. Now let's do this properly instead of being dumb. Alright, let's do this properly. How do you do this properly? Today we're going to learn and show, teach and experience how to do this properly. Alright. The first thing that we have to do is put the clean dishes away. Okay. I'm fixing a hole where the rain gets in and stops my mind from wandering where I will go. Meow, 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 meow. And it really doesn't matter if I'm wrong, I'm right. Where I belong, I'm right. Where I belong, meow, meow, meow. Silly people standing there, etc. All the way until the end of the song. What is Eric doing? Eric's putting away the dishes. Why is Eric doing it? Because he wants to put the dishes into the thing again. Okay. Get these things. These go with the cutting board. They're collapsible. As per Mia. See? This goes with it too. Like that. Let's put these here where they go. Busy times for little Eric. Busy times indeed. Busy times here in busy town for little Eric and his important ways. Wait, that's not what I mean at all. It's all like that. what other dishes do I have to put in the thing right now? I got these dishes over here. I'll go ahead and put these dishes in the dishwasher. Scoop out the leftover bits of potato. Put this in here. Put this in here. Put this in here. And now we'll start up the dishwasher. So to do that, we're going to require some soap. Like, goes right there. And put that. Put it on heavy. Push the button. There. Now, this, we're going to just pour out. There's not much left. And it's, I'm sure, lost its fizziness mostly. Okay. What other bits of cleaning stuff should I do in here before I move to a different place? I think it might be worthwhile, wise, desirable, etc., to wipe down both the stove and the counter. We'll get this Formula 409, but before we use that at all even, I'm just going to get the chunks. Get the chunks from the stove. I'll show you more of the action. I'm sorry, you're being left out of this exciting action. Move that, move that, move that, move that, move that. Okay. Now, miggity meow and yaggity mew. What do you say and what do you do? Squirt this thing and how do you do miggity meow and miggity mew? Now I'll get a paper towel. Like this. All right. And this is how you clean your stove. Don't get it too perfectly clean. Remember, you're going to cook again soon. It's just going to get dirty again. So, once you've gotten it pretty well wiped down, then just say that's clean enough. I do want to get up here a little bit, yeah. Good enough. Now let's do the putting back of the things. Now put these back. Okay, good job. Now, what we're going to do put this over here for now. We're gonna we're not gunning, okay? We're gonna. I'm sorry about that. My friend Cameron's girlfriend Kara says that. She says gunning instead of gonna. I didn't pick it up from her. I'm not sure why I said gunning right now, but. Okay, so we're squirting the counter with formula 409. Okay. And then we're going to wipe down this counter with a wiping motion using our wiping hand. Now, maybe your wiping hand is your left hand, maybe it's your right. That's up to you. I let all y'all make your own decisions regarding how to clean your countertop as long as you follow all of my instructions precisely. What do you mean that's a contradiction? That's just me being fair. Fair to you and fair to me. Alright, we're going to wipe until our wiping hands take the wiping T-bird away. All right. We've done a good job of wiping. Now let's take a break. Whew, that was a lot of hard work. Hi, furry balls. Did you change your PC profile, PFP? What's going on? Is something happening while I was not paying attention? Let's see here. Okay, look. It is not that I have no butt to hold up my britches, okay? I've explained it before. I have high hip syndrome. Okay, what that means is my hips are too far away from my crotch. You're technically a sociopath? You don't seem very sociopathic to me. You're the mewing god, huh? Who's triggered? Boo, chore live stream triggers me. I understand, because he's not doing his chore. That's why it's triggering him. Well, I missed a lot of chat here. Okay, here we go. That is a crow. Ravens will fly. I see. All of life can be summed up to find your happiness. That's a good summing up of it, right? But it's also a very FI unconscious summing up of it. For certain people who have FI more front stack, they already know what their happiness is. They need to know how to make it happen more consistently or something like that. I don't know. Or something else. I'm surprised I haven't encountered even worse. Live streaming opens you up to some real nut jobs. It does. That's true. Want to hear one joke? You killed it. Is that a joke? I'm not sure. Hi, Mac468L. Welcome. Nice to see you. Thank you. Vampires don't cook. What's a vampire? Yeah, that's probably true, but I'm talking about stalkers that would search him out and show up at his house. I mean, it's pretty hard to get here, and it would not be a good idea. This, if I did have to call the cops on somebody, I'm not necessarily sure they'd be particularly understanding for that person, right? I don't know. My wife tells me I'm a psychopath all the time. Your wife may just be. I mean, the thing is, I've worked with many in my life, Sean. It's a whole different thought process. The thing is, a lot of times we are going to people who have FI in a certain spot are going to get pathologized like that occasionally. Okay, well, I'm sorry that you had to see my butt crack. I'm sorry. Eric, I have a question to ask you. If I moved back to the United States, Los Angeles, how much would it cost for a studio in a decent neighborhood? Probably close to $2,000 a month. Between 1,500 and $2,000. I mean, you're hard pressed to find anything under 1,500 in LA. It's more than just a room. Like a studio apartment is more than just a room. I'm purely spouse diagnosed. She sounds like an ESFJ who thinks that you're not understanding the world through her frame of reference and thus need to change. Thanks, simple girl. Good job with the chores, you mean? Yeah, good job. Why is Eric just talking to nothing so funny? I was talking to you, even when I wasn't talking to anyone in specific. Yeah, you've been cleaning your kitchen. I have a question. Right. Yeah, it'll be over 1,500 probably. You have been called much worse than kind of sounding like an asshole? It's not that harsh of a critique. I don't know if it's true or not. Who says I have too much compassion? Sounds like you're bragging for the little compassion you do show. I mean, It could just be meaning like, oh my God, I cannot believe I'm putting up with you. I have too much compassion. Like in that sense, right? It could mean it like that. No Name says, feel like I should be given a chance to explain though. Go ahead and explain. I have high saddlebag syndrome, says Big Dog Mofo. Is that what my high hip syndrome is called? Tongue in cheek? I don't understand that expression. It means it's a joke or something, you know. Right. It was meant ironically or sarcastically or something. That's no problem. Don't stress out about making little mistakes here and there. Everybody does. Even you, Eric. Even me. Even me. I am bleeding heart mostly for animals. People, different people call me either compassionate or I get called a bully sometimes. I haven't heard that in a while. I think people have less cause to call me that than they used to. But I certainly have been called it before. So, people's perceptions of you always say as much about them as they do about you, right? If everyone's perception of you were correct, then you'd be like a drug whose side effects include constipation, diarrhea, excessive blood clotting, failure to blood clot. you know, people, if in fact other people's perceptions of you were like, in other words, if you could understand the spectrum of yourself through the spectrum of other people's perceptions of you, then uh, then nobody would ever be wrong about you. I don't feel like a sociopath, but I have a medical diagnosis. It doesn't match what the media portrays. Well, I watched your short, Sean, about your socializing prevention mechanism. I also use that socializing prevention mechanism, except it's not on purpose. And I get to the store and I'm like, oh God, I didn't put on any deodorant. People have called you a bully, said a simple girl. I guess I probably can be. I don't take shit, right? I mean, in some sense, maybe people who don't take shit are bullies. Can sociopaths feel love? I'm not sure about that diagnosis in general. When we're talking about diagnoses like narcissism or borderline personality disorder, we can point to specific behavioral things that are consistent with actual dysfunction, right? But with sociopathy and psychopathy, purportedly, it doesn't necessarily link to any particular behavioral dysfunction. And so, accordingly, it's most likely just the pathologization of a certain cognitive function stack. Well, 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 what have we here? No Name's not real? Oh, well, I'm a real person, bruh. All right, so we've gotten that chore done. You know what's a chore we need to do? We need to do something that has been needed to be done since all times ago. No, I don't enjoy that, Deft Artisan. Hi, you guys, off work, happy as hell. Hi, you guys, off work, happy as hell. If this were a telegram, it would say, hi, you guys, stop. Off work, stop. Happy as hell, stop. Personality disorders are technically not mental illnesses. Correct. Right. But the thing is, like borderline personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, they are determinable by specific behavioral cues that you can reliably note as basically instances of toxic behavior that persist through in certain ways, right? But but for the disorders that have some sort of checklist of things, right? Like ADHD, Asperger's syndrome, psychopathy, sociopathy. Those things are almost certainly pathologizations of legitimate configural differences among people. So for an FE DOM or an FE tool function user, somebody who's got FE polar may seem to have something wrong with them. I remember when I was a kid, and I, uh, I believed there was something wrong with my dad. I never really talked about it with anybody. I never talked about it with my mom or anything. But I thought there's something wrong with my dad. He doesn't know how to chat like me and my mom do. My mom and I, we understand how to chat with each other. My dad doesn't seem to get how to chat, and there's something wrong with him because everybody does that. Uh, Everybody does that, right? Sorry, Unicorn Ninja. Okay, so essentially, everybody has one of a set number of possible configurations of attention. Okay, what that means is, you prioritize as your dominant nature either some form of action, some form of knowing, some form of deliberation, or a form of interface. You prioritize accordingly, equivalently, a secondary tool approach of attention. One of them is an absolute value, the other is instrumental, right? And that defines how you approach many things in life, just as your handedness defines how you approach many physical things in life. What did my dad have? I don't understand what that means, no name. What did my dad have in the end? My dad didn't have any. Whatever. I don't know what you're talking about. He didn't have any of these so-called disorders. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I was just a kid who understood his different configuration from mine as being indicative that there was something wrong with him. There was nothing wrong with him. He just had as an unconscious functions, some of the functions I had conscious, and he had as a selfish absolute value functions that I understood differently, right? Yes, I agree. Narcissists and right now, I got you, big dog mofo. I have a bad habit of that because it used to be that we didn't get any new people around here, and so I was always preaching to the same choir who understood everything I was saying. Oh right, yeah. My dad didn't actually have a disorder. I just thought there was something wrong with him because he was wired differently than me. There's, and what I'm saying is that so the reason the world or doctors might claim that I'm ADHD isn't because there's something wrong with me. It's because, you know, they're not an action type. They see my actionness as a problem. Well, that's a lot. That's probably, I remember you referencing this before. You hadn't mentioned before that she was a narcissist, but no, the problem isn't you, no name. It's the fact that I have to recapture previous threads of what was being said, etc. You know. Uh, my mom and I, in contrast to my dad, we were very similar in our ways we paid attention. So I felt like I understood her well, and she felt like she understood me well. I'm grout in an hour. Hmm. Well, you know what? I think it is probably about time for me to wrap this up for now, with the idea that I might come back later this evening and restream. Right. Not every behavior is pathological just because it differs from the norm. Some are genuinely pathological because, especially when they link to toxicity with other people. You think the people who tend to play games or classes in games that are represented in their fourth slot? If not, what slot? Um, Rachel likes games that are fourth slot for her. I don't like games that are fourth slot for me. I don't really like games that much. He didn't have difficulty speaking. He didn't get the social grace of the social dance of chatting back and forth. The taking turns, the paying attention, the cueing and nodding, all of the stuff that is associated with paying attention that way. He didn't pay attention that way, so he didn't do that stuff. It's not because there was something wrong with him, it's because he paid attention in other ways, and he thought there was something wrong with me because I didn't pay attention in his ways, you know? Your wife seems like an ESFJ potentially. That's my XYZ talking. Well, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop now because I plan to come back later and meow meow meow. Oh yeah, well that would be fourth slot. I mean, but that's not been the case, Sean L. It's just a recent phenomenon that I like to play those old games. And after I kind of got a kick out of it for a little while, it almost made me want to play some new games. But I just don't like playing games because I feel like I didn't, even doing this feels like I'm accomplishing something compared to whatever I accomplished within a game, which isn't even it's its own little self-contained universe, right? All right, goodbye bong riffs. Fine, we'll do some goodbye bong riffs and then we'll say goodbye. All right, we'll pull some bong riffs goodbyes and then we'll say goodbye. But I mean, how would you explain then, Sean, if you want to do a cognitive function analysis of it, the fact that when I had a PS, whatever, what I played on was always either NCAA football or then later Madden football. All right, Steve, you enjoy your afternoon too. Okay, so that is going to do it. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you again later.